For just tuning in. I think we are live now. So, hey, I'm Heather with Heather Wolf Art, and I've got Instagram live streaming and also YouTube Live. This is the first time I've ever done YouTube Live. I have like 5,000 subscribers, something like that, on my YouTube channel, and for the last I don't know, 6 years, 7 years, it's been accruing, and I want to just thank you guys for following me, but sorry that I haven't had much activity. I didn't really know how to engage with it, and I didn't know exactly what I was doing. So today's my first attempt to do something fun. I'm going to start to finish a painting live, and what better yet to paint than PewDiePie. He just got married. I actually do live wedding painting, and I do pet portraits. Some of my pet portraits are up on, I'll even pull one down for you. So this is some of my pet portraits that I do. They're all made from handmade papers. This is just a card. The original is on a canvas. But the last year I started doing live wedding paintings. That means I actually come on site and paint a wedding as it's happening. Like show up with a blank canvas, paint in front of your guests, and entertain them, but then also a keepsake for the bride and the groom. So I thought, well, hey, what a big thing. PewDiePie just got married. He has 100 million subscribers on YouTube, which there's only one other account that's done this. This is a really big deal. This is like a big milestone for YouTube in general, but just a huge one for him professionally, and it shows how much people love him. But his photograph was amazing. So let me just show you his photo really quick. And may have a glare. Let's see if I can get that. But this is a photograph that he's posted onto his, let's see if I can turn it, onto his Twitter. And it's so beautiful. And I think that's the one that would just show the best representation of his wedding day. That is something that I do. I can work from photograph as well as painting live. So since I don't think anybody knew he got married. I think it was like he told us after the fact that he had his wedding date picked out because, well, clearly if you have 100 million followers, somebody's going to try to crash your wedding. So I am going to work from his photograph and then hopefully send it to you. I don't know you, PewDiePie, but I'd love to send it to you. So somebody get in touch with him and let him know that. Okay. Starting with a pre-painted, like it's just acrylic paint, green on a backdrop from my canvas. I did that just so it just takes the white out. And then I've already done my sketch. It's all dry and ready to go. And then I've got my palette here, and I'm still using acrylic. So I've got my palette of colors with the warm and cool kind of separated. And then I've got some of my flesh tones already mixed up. And then I'm just going to start from the background and work my way to the foreground. And in the sides of the picture, he's got a lot of guests. So I'm going to make them more faded out, kind of blurry, almost like that portrait mode, how it makes things blurry in the background of your pictures. Depth of field, and they're going to be there, but more suggestive. And then, of course, him and Marzia will be the main focus. One of the posts that he made this week, he just got married last week, by the way. One of the things he said is that the venue did not actually let him allow his dogs. He's got 2 pugs, which I am a pug lover and pug owner myself. This was my pug Bubba, and then of course Raising Raven Brand. And so when he has pugs, I love painting dogs, but then also I'm a little partial to pugs. But anyway, I'm going to superimpose them because he wasn't allowed to have them at the venue. So they're going to be located somewhere in the piece. You probably can't see my sketch very well, but keep an eye out for a black pug and a brindle pug, a fawn pug, sorry, to pop in there. And then there's something else from Minecraft that will be a little surprise, and then a celebration for the 1 million subscribers. 100 million. I have my husband here with me today, and he is a PewDiePie fan, so he's keeping me in check. He's more of a daily viewer than I am. Okay, so I'm going to get started with painting. Ask questions if you have any, and we'll see how this goes. This is just trial and error for me, so we'll see if anybody has any thoughts or questions, and we'll get started. So I use a spray bottle to keep my, and that way, if I've mixed a color, it doesn't dry up too quickly, because when you're working with really important colors like a flesh tone, I want it to stay activated as long as I need it. Because if I've mixed a color that's perfect and then it dries up, I gotta mix it again to add more or, you know, adjust or change. So the water bottle keeps my paint fresh, and that is a huge key with painting with acrylic, because it's a very fast drying paint. I'm going to start with the background. In the background here, let me turn the picture so you guys can see a little bit too. There's the sky that's kind of peeking through, and then the trees are on top of it. So I'm going to work background. The farthest back would be the sky, and then I'm going to build forward so the trees will be on top of the sky. So let's take like a big scoop of white, that way that sky is bright and light. And then I'm just going to take a touch of some blue just to give it a little bit of pigment, but not, it almost looks whited out in this picture. So I want to kind of try to keep it as true to the colors, which is a really fantastic photograph, great lighting. I'm going to try to keep it as true to that as I can. So, all right, I am going to just start here. And there may be parts where I kind of get into the zone of painting and I forget to talk or answer a question that comes through or explain what I'm doing. So if that happens, just bear with me. I do love to listen to music while I paint. Jonathan, what do you think about the idea of streaming music, or is that going to be too distracting?
I'm not sure what the rules would be on that, actually.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, then I won't. So I'm just trying to create these shapes that I'm seeing in the background with the white. And then I'm going to go in with some more colors and do some blending. But right now I'm just kind of laying it in. And this is also a white canvas edge, so it's 1.5 inches deep. And this is considered, like, you don't have to frame it. It's considered gallery ready. So you can hang it on a wall without a frame. And so I'm going to just wrap this paint across the top here. So whatever I'm doing on the face of the canvas, I'll just wrap it around the edge, just to make sure that it's not just a white edge on the canvas. How are we doing?
I'm not sure how to switch you to Heather Wolf Art, so I'm going to do that real quick on here. Get the Instagram back up.
Oh, was it on another one?
Yeah.
It was on my personal one?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Oops. Well. We just got started, so it won't be too far behind. I also have my hair dryer. If I need to dry certain sections and kind of move quicker than waiting and letting it dry on its own, so I can move across the canvas at a faster speed and not have to wait. Acrylic dries really quickly anyway, like minutes. So it's not an inconvenience to wait, but we will see if I need it. I'm just wrapping this around the edge. I'll turn this down so you can see a little bit better. And right now, this is kind of like the skyline that I'm painting in, and then these little negative spaces here are actually trees, and then the trunks of the trees, so the branches and the trees together. some color. Let me know when we're live on Instagram and I'll give them a heads up what we're doing. So one of the styles that I love the most is the Impressionist because of the brushwork being really what I call painterly, and it is more expressive. It's just got a lot of movement to the brushwork, and things aren't as smooth and blended like a realistic painting. So I really love to actually have like unmixed paint, just like a dash and then leaving it. I'm going to do more of an impressionistic style, like a stronger style in the background. And then as we work our way forward, like on their faces, I'm going to refine that and make that more realistic. But in the background, since I want that kind of blurry look, I'm going to do more of an impressionistic style. Is it working?
Yeah, I don't know how to use iPhones. And I don't know how to switch your account, so.
Let's see. Oh, you just have to add it
Mm-hmm.
and then do the business one. No, my email.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think when that did that say? No, I guess it would be the username. Sorry. Trying to multitask here. Not good.
Okay.
I don't know. I have to go look for that one.
You got it.
Got it. Okay. I think we're getting logged in on my business Instagram page, which if you're on YouTube and you haven't been to my Instagram page, it's Heather Wolf Art. There's an E on my line, so it would be Heather_Wolf, WOLFE_art. And I post regularly on there lots of dogs and lots of weddings. Are we live on Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. Hi Instagram. We've been live for just a few minutes. We had some technical difficulties, but we're back. And today I'm actually doing a painting from a photograph of a wedding. And this is actually one of the largest YouTube accounts that's ever been created. It's PewDiePie, and he got married last week and his photos were gorgeous. And so he put a picture up on his Twitter, and I am going to paint from that. Right now I'm working on the background, and I'm working my way towards the foreground. But I was thinking of just doing a live painting of the entire thing, start to finish. I did go live on Instagram last week or the week before, and I only did a small section of something. I went and I was doing a painting on it's a landscape, and I was doing the clouds, and I only showed that one section. So today I'm actually going to do start to finish, hopefully finish, at least majority wise, full, like the background, the foreground, and the subject. So it's you're gonna see more of this than that. So right now I'm just kind of building up these trees and putting in some greenery. I like to push the contrast. So like put in my dark when I'm doing trees, and then let it dry for a little bit, and then put those highlights on top. So I really want this to look really dark and in the distance. So I'm putting some really dark. It's got a lot of black, some brown and green in it, in these trees, so that it really shows depth and really goes far back out into that distance. But I have 2 screens pulled up right now. I've got Instagram and I'm streaming on YouTube, which this is the first time I've streamed on YouTube, so I'm excited to see what happens with this. The other day when I did the one on Instagram, it deleted after 6 hours, which I didn't know that was a thing, so I was really confused when the video just disappeared. It's definitely an industry like technology. I just don't keep up with that. It's hard. So I've got my husband here, and he's helping me today. All right. I almost at least gotten the base of the background laid in. And then I'm gonna, kind of bop around the canvas in different places as different parts are drawing. That way I can keep moving. But now it's starting to look like that tree line in the back. It'd be cool if I could have this picture so y'all could see it as I'm painting it. Maybe I'll do a,
It does show on YouTube.
oh great. We've even talked about keeping this video and then speeding it up fast motion so that people can see it in just a couple of minutes rather than watching the full thing in real time.
Do you have any good stories from painting at weddings?
Okay, so what got me into painting, I've shared this with a couple of different people, but when I was in high school, I had a really funny experience with being my first year. I was in Art 1, and I sat next to a guy that I had more interest in hanging out with him than I did of doing art. So I failed Art 1. And when I say failed, I got a D, which that's failing in the terms of in the art world. They won't let you go on to the next class. Like, you can't keep going into the advanced classes. Well, I then got serious my sophomore year and was like, well, actually, I wanted to keep doing art. And so I had to beg the teachers and the department to give me permission to get back into the program. And they took a chance and they said, okay, fine, we'll let you in, but you got to get serious and you got to make better grades than a D. So I did. I fell in love with art right after that. So I started. I took my next class as painting, and my teacher had given us the project to do a self-portrait. And my self-portrait, I didn't really want to paint myself because I'd fallen in love with this truck that I'd seen in a magazine, and it was like an old Chevy truck from like the 50s. This had like the bubble back, and it was this blue color. It was awesome. I was like, this is my dream car, like an old truck. I was like, I really want to paint this, but the project was to do a self-portrait, and I was creative, and I said, okay, I could say my self-portrait is me underneath the truck working on, like, I'm underneath the bed of the truck and I'm doing maintenance on it. So you see my feet sticking out, and I was like, that's my self-portrait. It was my shoes. Like, that's not even like a traditional like headshot. And my teacher, she said yes. And because she said that, it changed my world, and I all of a sudden felt like an artist, and it was like, I am creative and I can do something that's not just color in the lines of a coloring book. So she if she had said no and told me to, stick with the project, maybe the passion would have come out of me. I don't know. But because she said yes to that and she let me do something untraditional, that's where the passion really came in. I still have this painting today. It's on one of my social medias. Actually, it's on my personal stuff. I'll have to post it for my professionals so y'all can, and I'll tell the story then too, so y'all can see it. But it was a big moment. I mean, she took a chance by letting me do something outside of the curriculum, and it was not, that was not at all the assignment. But because she did, it's what influenced me to fall in love with art. It's definitely a huge moment for me. Okay, so right now I'm trying to make it look like the sky is twinkling in through those trees. And I just want it to look like it's got a lot of light reflection and coming in and out. So I'm trying to do some little dashes, and I need to do some up top to kind of wrap around the edge. And then I'm going to see if I can do some blending here, just to kind of blur it out, because right now this is pretty intense. So I talk about these blending brushes all the time. They are my favorite. I'm going to go ahead and get this wet and then take out most of the water. So I'm just working with a damp brush, but not a wet brush. And there's a big difference in that. Like right now there's so much water that it's all like clumped together. But then if I take my paper towel and I kind of get some of that extra water out, it becomes fluffy again and the pieces actually separate a little better. That is what I'm looking for. And I'm going to just very gently touch the surface of the canvas and do some little circular motions. And that way it does some blending. And then I'm wiping out this paint that I'm picking up on my brush. It's actually not all the way ready just yet. I wanted it to dry just a little bit. And this part was a little wet, so I'll move to another spot. I actually used to teach. My degree was in art education. And I was K through 12, so I only had experience teaching high school, but I was certified K through 12, and then I taught for 5 years, and then I decided to just start doing painting on my own. So that was 7 years ago that I started my pet portrait business doing collage of pets, and then this last year I switched my focus to more of the live wedding paintings. And that has been a lot of fun. I love them both. I mean, goodness, the subject of painting dogs' eyeballs all day is just really fun and happy. But then also going to these weddings and then like hearing really fun music and eating really yummy food and everybody just dressed to the nines and like so happy, and it's just a really good environment. So I will continue doing both. I will continue doing the live weddings and the pet portraits together. But right now I'm kind of focusing in on these live weddings because to do these dog shows that I was doing, I was participating in the Westminster Dog Show, the National Dog Show, and I was a vendor there. It was extremely expensive to be there. And it was hard because I was having to travel, and it was just harder to make that happen throughout the year of getting all my orders in a 1 weekend period rather than having it all spread out. So it was just really, it was just harder financially, and then also just to keep up with the schedule like that. So I like that it's all spread out, and my workload is a little bit more spread out for the weekends, and then doing these paintings. But it's also local stuff I'm doing too. I do travel, so if you are looking for a live wedding painter, I do travel. And my website is heatherwolfart.com. If you wanted more information, they've got the two different places for like you could go in and do the pet portraits, and then there's another side of the website that's the live wedding paintings. And if you've already gotten married and you're interested in me painting from your photograph like I'm doing for PewDiePie, then of course I just need a photograph, and that's all I work from, so I can do that.
What you doing now?
I'm going back in and kind of building back up layers, so I'll be working on top of what I've already done, like layering it up. Some of that blending, I just wanted to go back and kind of bring some fresh paint on top. I'm gonna bring some of this bright, there's a big highlight that's coming through on these trees, and it's got a lot of yellow and orange in it. So I want it to be that really nice, bright highlight of the sun coming through there. It's like a golden kind of color. So you know what I'm actually gonna do is use my sponge, which I love these sponges. This is a natural sponge that's real, and then I've cut it to different shapes. And the texture of this makes really good trees. And I'm getting it wet first, and then squeezing out the extra water, and then I'm going to stamp this pattern onto the canvas, and it gives so much more of an organic shape than I could ever paint with a brush. Like, it's like, you know, you dab it to the canvas and all of a sudden all these textures show up on your canvas, rather than me having to like control that with a brush. This is kind of the fast and the quick way, but it's also really nice and it creates really nice shapes. So what I'm doing right now is just kind of looking at the sponge, seeing what part, the shape that I like, and then also seeing the design that's in here and seeing if that's a good shape. You can see how this is only picked up the top surface, and then that recessed area is, it didn't pick up any paint. So that's going to be like your stamp effect. So I'm going to go ahead and stamp that down. I'm going to also bring in some more colors, just some more orange, so it's just not all the same tonal of that first application that I did. I don't know if, I can't see the Instagram screen. I don't know if anybody's messaging or saying anything. Okay. You can see it? Great. So I'm building up this tree that's kind of on top of this guy here. So I'm gonna layer the tree. I'm gonna do the branches the same way with this with this sponge, just to kind of create that organic shape. And I'm watering it down just because sometimes it's either too thick or too dry, and it needs to be a little bit more fluid. And I'm going to add some more dark. So I actually am from a family of a bunch of artists. Not only just my immediate family, which have their degree in art or a minor in art, and they actually are business owners as well. Like I have siblings, and they own one owns a stationery company. It's actually really cool. It's wonderlinedesign.com, and she can do hand lettering and custom invitations, and she just does really incredible work. So that's what one sister does. And then the other sister is actually an interior design major, and she and her husband, he's an architect, they have a firm together, so it's really cool. And they've done some really cool and big projects, specifically for their age. People just don't usually get that kind of opportunity, so I'm really proud of them for that. But my aunts and uncles and cousins, I mean, it is just like deep within the family of art majors and artists. So when you guys get together and maybe your family talks about football at Thanksgiving, we don't at all. We are just art. That's it. We just talk art and live art, and it is a huge part of my family culture. And my dad actually didn't really want us girls going into art when we were in school. When we went to college, he said he preferred for us to not follow in his footsteps, just because it's such a difficult career. I mean, they have the word starving artist for a reason. Just the other day, somebody was making a joke about that, and they're like, it wasn't like, what did y'all say? It wasn't just starving artist.
It wasn't just poor, it was starving.
Yeah, it's not just poor artists, it's starving. Like, can it be a little less extreme? But anyway, so to be doing what I love is just like a huge blessing, and I love that I have such support. And that is all thanks to you guys. When you guys like and share and comment, and then the word spreads, and it's either word of mouth of like, hey, I've actually had this girl do some work for me, or hey, check out this work, and then somebody liked it, and then they ordered. It's all those little micro moments that have created all of this support and has led me to where I'm at. So I feel incredibly blessed. You know, when I went to the Westminster, that was kind of the, I think that was the biggest turning point in my career, because before that, everything was really part-time and regional and local. And then when I did the Westminster, it was like crazy. People ordering from different countries, and these dogs were incredible, and they had championships, and they were, famous dogs that had 100,000 followers on their Instagram accounts. I mean, it was just like, it was awesome. And then just to be at that caliber, I didn't know what that was going to be like. I was actually really intimidated, and I thought that maybe my work wasn't ready for that, and there was just a lot of self-doubt. And then it ends up that I completed my first year, and all the orders that I took, and it was a success. Nobody asked for a refund, and I made it through it, and it just built confidence within me of like, okay, you can do this again. You've done this already, and it's really one of the coolest art moments I've had, like being a part of that. Okay. I'm used to talking while I paint, but there's parts of this where I get really quiet, so there's a part of me that just kind of wants to like hunker down and like really get into the detail, but then not leave you guys just sitting bored. Okay. My husband said I'm doing good. Good. Let's see. Needs to put some more highlights in there. I try not to use colors straight out of the tube. I think that looks really elementary of me if I like just took a straight color out of the tube and then applied it directly to the canvas. I think it shows a lack of your ability to understand color and manipulate it, but it looks like something more of a basic painter would do. So I'm always trying to add a tint or a shade to a color and kind of manipulate it a little bit, just so it's not like something that came straight out of the like the tube. That would be what I mean by tube colors. It's not as interesting, and I think it can look almost too intense. Like some of these colors are so highly pigmented that if I used, you know, a straight yellow or an orange, it would be too intense and it would come across too strongly, especially when I'm trying to do something more realistic. It just wouldn't look very good. Okay, yeah, I like that. I like this color that I just made. That's what I was saying. It just has that kind of goldenrod kind of look. Don't think that's what this is, but that's what it's kind of reminding me of. Let's see if I can transition that down a little bit around her head. I think I'm going to still put in some more tree trunks in here. And the reason that I work from the background to the foreground is because if I had painted something really detailed in the foreground and then I'm trying to go around the edges of it and not get my paint like crossed over or like mixed in, it's a whole lot more work. You have to work a whole lot more carefully and slowly. So when I do this background to foreground, it's like I am well, I mean, you can even see here, I've brought the green over the edge of her hairline. You might not be able to see my sketches, but this is the edge of her head right here, the top of her head. And if I had painted her in first, then all of a sudden I'm getting the trees onto her hair, and it requires me to either redo what I've done or have to paint incredibly slowly and carefully. And I'm sure, as you can tell, like my brush marks are kind of quick and dashes, so it changes my style, and that would really slow me down. So I don't do that. I always work background to foreground. At least I try to remember to. You may be catching me because I get excited and I want to go straight to the fun stuff. Like, I want to paint the portrait right now. I always try to remind myself that's a good rule of thumb for how to build up the paint. And even same thing, like right now, you can even kind of break up this background section into foreground, middle ground, background. So like the sky would be the background, this dark tree line here would be the midground, and then this highlight of the tree is the foreground. So that's even got 3 parts of itself. So that's why I kind of worked those two. And I am fighting that right now because I am finding myself going back and forth between the 3 levels of background here. Okay. I may stop and move to a new section. Just keep it fresh, and then sometimes if you take a break from a section, if you've looked at something for a really long time, you take a break and you come back with a fresh eye, it really does make a difference. So keeping your eyes from getting too tired in a spot, because if you look at something for so long, either you think it's looking great and then you take a break and you come back and you're like, I see all my mistakes. with a fresh eye. So it's good to kind of break that up into different parts. When Jonathan heard that I was an artist when we first met, he was a little worried that he was going to have to pretend that he liked my work. And actually, he says he really appreciates my art. He thinks I'm talented. So I'm glad that I didn't seem like I was just like, oh yeah, and I'm an artist, and then not, I guess, back up what I had said. So he's my biggest, well, I'd say him and my mom are my biggest cheerleaders, and always telling me that they are liking what I'm doing. He's actually a really good, and when I say critic, that's actually a good thing. Like, he's able to see some of my pieces with me and help me say, okay, you looked at this too long, get this step back, and then he can really help me see with a fresh eye. But he's actually really good. And when we first met, he had never critiqued before like that, so it's something that he has learned how to do, and he does a really good job at it. And I forgot to paint my side, so come back in over here. And it's okay if the side of it doesn't have as much detail as the face of it, because honestly, it's not going to be seen nearly as much, and I don't think it's nearly as important. But I always do want to wrap it around, but I don't stress myself too much about it being exact from the details of the face of the canvas. And you'll see me switching brushes. There's different shapes to my brushes. Like right now I'm using a round, and I was using a angle, and they do different things. They apply the paint differently to the canvas, so I have different control, and even the length of my handle. Like right now I'm using a long, and then this would be a short. And there are different reasons that I would want to use different things. Okay, so like right now I'm finding myself wanting to lean back away from the canvas and get a little bit of a visual distance, like so that I don't see all of these details all at once, that I can kind of like see it as a whole rather than like zooming in on one spot. So having a longer brush allows me to get my arm farther away, which allows me to stand farther away from the canvas. That's a perk of having a long brush. I am really rough on my brushes. I'm sure there's some artists out there that would look at the quality of how I like wash them or don't wash them, and it's probably really bad. But I will leave my brushes in water for weeks, in dirty water for weeks at a time. It's a bad habit, so don't think that your brushes will look this nasty that fast. It's just my bad habit. I'm putting in some tree trunks in here. There's a handful of them in here, so I'm just very loosely painting them in, very painterly, like lots of brush marks, not a lot of blending. I'm going to make that come up on the edge of the canvas. I've got another one over here to the right. Jonathan, do we know where they got married?
I believe in London.
In my mind, I'm telling myself, like, he probably had to have a very secretive guest list, and, like, everybody had to be, like, told, don't share this with anybody. I don't know. She looks like a princess. She literally looks like royalty in here. She looks so gorgeous. Her dress is beautiful. I really like it. I said I was going to stop, and then here you go. I keep going. I keep seeing areas that I want to add more. I could not imagine having 100 million followers and the amount of comments that people would make and all the emails. That would be a full-time job, keeping up with that. How am I doing?
Very well.
Oh, thank you. I'm adding some more highlights, just trying to break up some of that foreground, middle ground, background of the background area. And just trying to make some of this in the front look a little bit more interesting and create different shades so it's not all that same yellow. Oh, did you just create me a Reddit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. My husband is the tech guy. He keeps me up to date. He just created a Reddit, so that count for me. So, yay! I hope to post this on Reddit, and hope that somehow this can be something that PewDiePie can see, and I'd love to give it to him. I really would. You know, it's funny. Over the years, I have done different gifts for different people, and it's actually started when I was in college. I painted something for, there was a TV show called Ace of Cakes, and there was a guy, well, it was the main guy, his name was Duff, and it was the first time I'd ever seen cakes look cool, and I mean, I think he kind of put it on the map of like doing cake decorating, and then came, I've forgotten the other company or the other show that came out with, but man, they were making the coolest stuff. So I did a portrait of them, his entire staff, and it was this really cool, like, kind of outside street view of them. It was one of their promotional photos that they used, and I painted it for him, and I put it on this ginormous canvas, like a 30 by 40, and I didn't have money at the time. I'm in college, in art school, like on top of college. I mean, like, anyway, no money. And I sent him this canvas. Just the shipping for this canvas was like $150 or something like that. And $150 to a college kid is a lot. And I felt it. But I was like, you know what? I want to give this to him. I definitely want him to have this piece of art. And anyway, I sent it to him. I never even heard anything of confirmation or anything. So I like was really sad. I was like, I mean, there was a little bit of a selfishness. I wanted to meet him or say hi to him or get some kind of like, hey Heather, like say some kind of connection back to me. But it never happened. And then years later, I've done different things. I don't want to make other people feel bad. We'll just let him feel bad because there's no way he would ever hear this story. But anyway, there's been other gifts that I've given out, and either I don't even know if it ever got to those people. So there's this part of me that's kind of, I don't know if PewDiePie will ever get this this piece. I would love to give it to him. I think it'd be really cool. And it's a little bit of a travel. I mean, going all the way to Britain. But if anybody knows how to get in touch with him, let him know. I will ship it to him. I would love to. Okay, I'm gonna start working on this building that's over here in the upper left corner. It looks pretty simple. I don't have more images of what that area looks like, so it's kind of abstract in my photograph. I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. So I see some vertical beams and bars that it kind of looks like maybe a pillar of concrete and then maybe some glass that's reflective, because I do see a little bit of a reflection that looks like it'd be these trees. I don't really know what I'm painting. We'll see what happens. But this part right here, I'm not quite sure what it is in the image. So I will just have to guess. And you may see me working with my palettes here. When I have this much paint out, like I have one palette that's got all my fresh colors, and then I've got this palette over here that's got all my mixing. So like this palette is where I'll do all the messy stuff, and then I can tear these sheets off and throw it away or keep it. I even have these little trays that keep it dry. But if I was doing all my mixing here, then all my pure colors will start to get real messy. So I try to keep my palette clean by using two different palette sheets. And man, these palette sheets are a game changer. I don't know what everybody else is using if you're an artist, but if you haven't tried them, give them a go. It's like wax paper, like wax sheets. And they are non-absorbent, so they don't actually dry your paint out. Like if I used a sheet of paper and I squeezed paint out on it, the fibers of the paper will actually dry and suck out the moisture out of the paint. But because I use these sheets, it lets the paint stay wet, and then also it's really easy for blending and mixing. So it's like a really slick surface. So I really love these guys. And they're so cheap. I know I'm using something that is not being reused. Like some people actually use these like plastic palettes that they can scrape off and clean with, if they're using an oil, they can use a turpentine. I just have never been into that one. It's requiring me to just have more cleaning time and like how I do my brushes. That's just a little bit of an evidence that I just would rather, when I'm done with painting, I'm done, and I just walk away rather than having to like clean something up. I just have never gotten in a habit of it, and I've just never liked it. So I think this works really well for me. Let's see, I think I'm getting into his head a little bit. I gotta be careful here. And I'm actually wanting to blend this while wet paint blends into wet paint. That way I can do some blending. I think the easiest way to blend is wet into wet. So I'm trying to make these, where these two butt up, I'm going to blend them together just so it's blurry of like, where does that pole start and stop? Just to kind of give it a, in the distance, kind of look and feel, and then it's not a focal point. So I don't want people to see really hard lines here. So I want it to look kind of faded out. Because if I painted something really crisp and like a hard edge, then it looks like it's something that would be from the foreground. That the viewer would see crisp details on the two main figures, and I want everything else to be kind of blurry in the background. Okay, so I'm going to do some of these little, like I said, I see a little bit of reflection that looks like maybe this is glass. So I'm going to do a little bit of these colors that I've got over here from the trees. I'm going to do a little bit of that over here because it looks like this is glass and it's reflecting. It's just a little sliver over here on the edge. And then I'm also going to do some whites in there so that it looks like glass that's reflective. And then I'll throw some of this on the side, but not a whole lot because I don't think it's really important. I'm going to darken some of this up because I think I've got this a little bit too light. And I think I'm going to switch brushes to make it a little skinnier. And then I see this like, I should get a small brush. I see this line that's going across this bar, this not a bar, but pillar. Have we been painting an hour?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Do you want to re-describe what the whole concept is?
Yeah. So, if anybody's joined at this point, I am actually painting a wedding from a photograph. And this is actually a YouTube, Instagram account that is very well known. He has 100 million followers, and he just broke that record. Was it this last week?
I think it was yesterday or the day before.
Oh my goodness, just that soon. So there's only one other account that's done it, and it was kind of like who was gonna get there first. So he is the second YouTuber to ever hit 100 million subscribers on YouTube. And the same week he gets married. This is PewDiePie. He is, what would you describe his account to be?
Video game Let's Play.
Okay, so he was saying it's a video game Let's Play, but anyway, he just got married this week, and then he broke his record for 100 million subscribers, and he got married. And then what was the other one? There was 3 things, right? Oh, he beat Minecraft. So this is a big week for PewDiePie, and I thought, what better way to celebrate with him than to paint his wedding, which is what I do. I am a professional painter. Usually I'm painting on site because I do live wedding paintings, but I also paint from your photograph. So I am doing that for him, and he had beautiful photos. So I really was inspired by this one, and I thought that is a painting that is a photograph that would be beautiful as a painting. And then hopefully I can get it to him and he can have it. Alright, we are wrapping up this background, and I think I'm ready to move on to let's paint them. Oh, well. Yeah. My husband said, yeah. I do need to paint this there's a little bit of a sliver behind them. I need to paint that in so that I am not fighting that background later. But this will literally be like a 2-second brush mark. Just a little bit. And y'all might not be able to even see my pencil marks, but I have drawn this in with a pencil, very light sketch. That way I just know where to put my brush marks and all my shapes. If I have not sketched this out beforehand and I just go at it with a brush, with a blank canvas, some people may be able to do it, just fine, but I can get really lost and then get off on proportion and scale. So this is how I kind of map out my composition to keep myself from making too many mistakes and having to either redo areas I've already done or having a piece that kind of looks off. So this is already sketched out. Okay, that was all it was. And I do want to put a little bit of this concrete. There is an aisle that they walk down, and it looks like it's stone or concrete. Actually, can't tell. But I'm just going to make it kind of abstract and gray because I don't want that to be an area of detail. I want them to be the detail, and then this background is just kind of blurry. You don't know what it is. More of an impressionist in style. So I'm going to make it a gray. So I'm doing white and black, but then I'm going to add a little touch of brown just so it's not so flat. Put a little bit of that the brown in it to give it a little bit of the warmth. I'm using this brown that has a little bit more of a warmth to it. Okay, and then I'm just going to throw it in here underneath their legs and behind them, in between them. And I don't want it to all look like a flat color, so I'm actually going to do some blending in here and let it be painterly and show my brushworks and show that uneven mixed color. And I may go back in and do some more, but this will at least get me going. And I'm so used to using a big brush. I know I'm doing a detail like in and out, like I'm going around his fingers right now, and some people really have a hard time with using such a large brush, but it doesn't bother me, so I'm able to do it, and it's maybe it's a little messy, but I'm used to it, so I know how to hold the brush, and it's fine. And then a little bit over here on the right side of her. Jonathan, can you actually see the sketch marks?
Mm-hmm.
in the video?
A little bit.
Okay. Maybe a sliver right here. Okay, Jonathan, should I start with her or him? You pick.
Her.
Her. Okay. Here we go. So the bottom of my edge, I do want to paint it, but if I painted it right now, it would actually stick to the easel that I've got it resting on. So in the end, I actually have to paint it once the whole sides are dried, and then I can flip it upside down and paint the edge. Some of those colors I have to remix again, but that's not really a big deal. I'm used to mixing colors, but for somebody else who's not used to mixing a color, or once you've mixed it, you don't want to mix it twice, maybe save some back. They've got just like a little plastic cup or something, and like put a saran wrap over it just so you're not having to mix those colors again. But I'm used to mixing, so it's not a huge deal for me. But that's one way of getting around that. I'm not used to such a quiet studio. We usually play music. Maybe I could have like worn headphones. No, bad idea.
It's looking really good.
Huh?
It's looking really good.
Oh. Well, we're just getting to the fun stuff. Thank you. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is paint some of her skin tone in, and then layer some of this dress, because she has a, let's see if I can zoom this in and if you can see it on the iPad, but she has an overlace. So you can see through the lace and see her skin tone. So what I'm going to do is actually paint her arm like she has a sleeveless dress. And then I will let it dry, and then I will lace over her arm. So it'll be like a two-part. And right now what I'm doing, I'm actually going to switch brushes. I am going to trim up her arm and get the shape that I want. I'm picking up some of this background green again that I had right here, and I'm just going to tone up her arm. She's got a very thin arm, and I don't want it to look any wider. I want it to look very accurate and true. So I'm just going to trim this up a little bit, get the form of her arm. And then sorry, when I do these little detail things, it's hard for me to talk. I used to teach at a painting like a classes, like one of those places where you go and you sip wine and you come out with a painting, but more of the time you just had some wine and you just happen to have a canvas with some color on it because you had more fun than you did painting. But I used to teach at one of those places, and when we would get into these little detail things, I'd always have to say to the class, like, okay, make sure everybody's breathing at this point, because it is so easy to like hold your breath because you're so focused when you're painting like these little details. Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep this brush. Okay, so I'm going to mix up my skin tones. And I want to have like a light, medium, and a dark when I'm painting, and I already want to have it mixed up, so I'm making some different swatches over here that will be like the shade of her face will be the dark, and then the highlight of her face will be my light, and then I want to come up with like a mid-tone, so I need to have those colors already mixed up. The colors that I just transferred over are already tube colors that I buy in flesh tones. And now I'm just going to kind of doctor them up by adding red and yellow, and maybe a little bit of blue, because sometimes these need a little bit of toning down. So that is what I'm going to do really quick. And I always want to make more flesh tone than I think I need. Because like I said in the beginning of the video, it's a really big deal. If I don't get that color perfect and I try to mix it again, it's just hard to mix to match that color to be accurate. So I'm gonna make more than I need. And of all the colors that I use, if you can see my palette here, white is the number one that I will go through, and then black. I use a ton of black, and yellow goes pretty quick too, and then it just depends on what I'm painting. If it's a dog, then it's my browns will go next, or if it's a landscape, then my greens will go next. So I eat up a lot of white when I'm painting, because remember, I don't want to use tube colors. I don't want it to be just straight out the tube kind of yellow. I always want to like mix something with it. And make it more realistic. So I think I've got my shaded one. Let's see. How are we doing?
Should I guess Instagram kicks off after an hour.
Oh, really? Should we do it again, or just leave it?
Yeah, I'll try it again.
Okay. Alright, so I've got my light, medium, and dark of my flesh tones here, and I'm ready to start painting into her skin tone.
So you're just back live on Instagram if you want to
Yeah, so hi Instagram, we're back. I guess there's a limitation of how long you can be live. I know we just hit the 1 hour mark, so we'll start it again.
Do you want to reintroduce?
Yeah, so we are actually painting a wedding from a photograph. This is PewDiePie. He is a huge YouTube account, and he has just broken a record for himself, but he's the second person to ever have 100,000 followers.
100 million.
100. Thank you. 100 million followers on Instagram. Nobody besides one other.
YouTube.
Okay. 100 million YouTube subscribers.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. I think I'm getting tired.
You're doing great.
Thanks. Okay, I'm just starting to paint in the arm. And remember what I said about the arm? I actually want to do a lace overlay. So I'm just doing her skin tone underneath, and then I'll let it dry, and then I'll do her lace over. So Instagram, I am painting a wedding painting. PewDiePie just got married this last week, and his photos were amazing, so I decided to paint from them. I don't know him, and I am hoping that maybe he can see this or somehow get a copy of it. So if he doesn't, then I guess I'll just hang PewDiePie on the wall. I don't know. We'll see. But it's also fun because I have never done an Instagram live or a YouTube live. So this is me doing YouTube live for the first time. I went Instagram live the other day, and I don't really do this very much, so I thought this would be fun to paint start to finish. I painted with you guys last week, and I did a cloud landscape. I just worked on the clouds with you guys, but this one I'm going to do the entire painting. You have thoughts?
It's looking good.
Oh, thanks.
I can also let you know with like a snap or something as people come on.
Okay. Sounds good. Snap, snap. Does that mean somebody's on?
No, it's just,
That's what it's going to sound like.
I'll just do a snap.
Okay.
I'm having trouble working because I just like watching you.
Aw. Well, I appreciate that. Looks like she made. Did she have tattoos
I don't think so.
on her arms? It actually looks like she has a sleeve on her right arm.
I don't think so. Maybe.
Zoom in. It's a green leaf.
Okay.
Okay. Looks like it. So this is recording, so we can keep it.
Should be.
Okay. Alright, let me zoom in on her face. Okay, here comes the fun stuff. I am mixing up a really dark color for the shade that's more of like the bronzing kind of look around her side of the head. And that shadow that she'll get on the edge of her face. And then I'll do blending to kind of blend it all out. Sorry, this part I am going to be a little bit more quiet just because it is requiring me to think more. So I'm trying to create these shapes that I'm seeing of the face. I'm trying to create the cheekbones and make a shape for that. And break it up into like basic shapes that I'm seeing. And then I'll blend. This is definitely the most challenging part of portraits for me is the actual face. It's the part I definitely have to slow down and really pay attention. Use a small brush. I'm trying to create the eye sockets right now. And the shadow across her forehead that her like bangs are casting on her head. Should I do something that's not so detailed?
No, that's a good time.
It's a good time. I'm gonna put in her eyeshadow, so it's kind of like actually applying makeup at this stage. I'm thinking about the blush and the eyeshadow, and I'm gonna do her eyelashes and put in that mascara. And her eyes are just slightly open, and she's looking down, like she's looking at her feet. So I don't actually see her eye, just her eyelid. Starting to come alive. And I haven't done her mouth yet, so she looks creepy. Very creepy. This is one of those stages where I'm not used to people seeing the process as I'm doing it, because I usually just show them after I've worked through all of the troubleshooting of painting a face, because there's a lot of like painting and then repainting at this stage. So this is a little intimidating to share and let somebody look over my shoulder. At this stage. Let's get her some eyebrows in there. eyelashes. Are you able to see these details?
Go full screen. Barely.
Yeah, this is probably a little boring to watch at this point. Is that funny? So I am painting live and doing a wedding photo. For those who just joined, I am doing the YouTube account PewDiePie. He's just gotten married this last week and his photos were amazing. So I thought I would paint one of his favorite, well, my favorite photo. Who knows what his is, but I am painting start to finish live with you guys, and I've been painting, I guess, an hour and a half now, and the progress is coming along. I've just started to do the facial features, but this is the bride, and I'm starting to work in her face, and then her hair, and then her dress. So thanks for joining. If you have questions, just let me know, and Jonathan is here with me, and he'll let me know what the questions are. But right now I'm doing the facial features, which requires me to like really slow down and zoom in and really focus. So sorry if I'm not saying anything. It's just hard to do that. How are we doing?
Looks really good.
Okay. Hey guys, thanks for joining. I am doing a live right now, and I am painting a wedding painting of PewDiePie. He is a YouTube account, and he actually is one of the largest YouTubers. He has over 100 million followers. Just got that. Did I get it right?
You did it right.
I did it right. I've been saying it wrong. It's a big accomplishment. I better get it right. Anyway, so I'm painting his portrait, and right now I'm on his wife. I am painting her facial features, and I'm about to move into her dress. Sorry, it's a little hard to see some of these details, but y'all can see the finished painting. I'll put it up and post it. Y'all can get a close look.
Can you say what the hardest part of facial features is?
The hardest part is all of it. Oh my goodness. If you don't get something right, then everything is wrong. Like everything is offset. So it's just, and we also know ourselves really well. So if you get it wrong, people are going to really notice with facial features. Because if I was doing like these trees, nobody knows if the tree was to the left or the right a little bit more. Because it's organic in nature, and it can be so many different ways. But like our faces, it's like we're very aware of how each other look, the shape of our face, the color of our skin, and the shape of the facial features. So I have to really slow down to get this right. Thanks for joining. For those who are joining right now, I am on Instagram and I'm on YouTube Live, and I'm doing a start to finish painting of the account PewDiePie from YouTube. He's also got an Instagram too. But I am painting his his wedding. He just got married this last week, and I thought it'd be really fun to paint, but also help him celebrate getting 100,000, 100 million. There you go, getting it wrong. Subscribers. So I am just in the process of painting this live for you guys. I'm not done this yet. I did a little bit last week where I painted some clouds, but I only did a small portion of the painting with you guys. So I'm really focused in. This is probably the part where I have to be the most focused when I'm doing a face. Just really slow down and see all the different shapes. I'm about to put some teeth in there. She's about to have a smile. And we give her a bottom lip. Whew. I have to stand up and stretch in a second. I don't actually have the cameras turned to me to see your all's comments and questions, or even who's joined. So I have Jonathan with me today, and he is managing it for me. But thank you for watching, and thank you for joining. Someone at the door. Alright, I'm going to put in her dark creases in the corners of her mouth to make her mouth look tucked in. The neighborhood's come over, hear them outside. So she is looking like down at her shoes, or maybe the aisle as she's walking, so I don't actually see her eyes, the shape of her, like her pupils or the almond of her eyes. I don't see that. Okay. I have to be really careful when I'm doing the smile lines. If I exaggerate any of the shadows of the face, it can make her look really old, and it's just really unattractive, especially on women. So I have to be very careful. Like, I need to even blend out this piece right here on the smile line up there. To make it more subtle.
What's that?
She has a mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little to the left. I need to, or to the right. I need to bring it over a little bit. This is definitely one of those things where I have to step away and see how I'm doing. Do you have any critique so far?
Her lips are pointy in the middle, not flat on the top.
Pointy in the photograph or pointy here?
In the photograph.
I need to make it more pointy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jonathan just got his Amazon order and it's socks and he's excited. He's what he's opening. We're adults. That's what we get excited about. Amazon socks.
You're welcome. So it's nice water.
Sure. Thank you. Either way. Just a little bit of ice would be good, actually. Okay, let's give her some hair. She needs hair. And then I want to do something else to the face. This is the story of my life. I thought I was going to move on, but I'm not. No. Thank you. Yeah, let's take a break. I'm gonna give her some hair, and then she'll look more real. I don't want this to dry. So to make a good blonde, it's actually brown and yellow mixed together with a little bit of white. Well, I guess a lot of white, but it's not just white and yellow because there's she has a lot of dimension to her hair. So there's like the low lights and the highlights. So I want to actually show that depth. So I'll mix up some colors here. And like I did the skin, I did the light, medium, and dark. I'm gonna do the same thing with the hair, light, medium, and dark, just to have a bunch of different variations. Her hair has got lots of dimension to it, so it's not just one solid color. And I want to make her roots really dark, so I'm going to start in with my my dark color on my brush. And like I did with the trees, I'm going to build it up. Like I'll start with the dark along her roots, and then even in here along the side of the face to show that cast shadow of like her skin and her hair creating a shadow together. So I'm going to go around her face here. I need to be really slow. I might have to go back in with a little bit more face. So I'm going to do these brush marks in the direction that the hair is actually flowing. So her hair is straight, and then it's got a little bit of curl at the bottom. So I'm going to make my brush marks actually straight and then curved at the bottom, like I'm making individual hairs with the brush. And accidentally came over her face a little bit, so I need to bring her cheek back out. Brush her in the way. So I'm still creating the shape of her face by even using the hair to kind of trim in or define that shape of her edge of her face. And then right at the neck, there's a shadow here along her. And do the same thing on the other side. And then her dark hair around her neck. Her bouquet is overlapping her hair on the right. So I'm going to put this in and I'll do some layover with the bouquet. So her hair's got like some wind on the right, so I'm going to actually like make the hair curve out to the right to show that movement. Movement is really important with your brushwork to actually show the direction that whatever it is that's moving, like her hair actually has turns and curves. If I don't do that, then it doesn't look realistic. Same thing here around this side of her head. I actually want to arch my brush and make it look like it is going in the shape of her head. If I don't, her head will look flat in spots. So I'm really focusing on what is the shape that I see in her bangs, because that's how her hair was styled. It's just a really important part to making it look realistic. So it's like an arch out and then down. And then I'll make this come to life with the highlights, which is the brighter parts, which I don't want to put those in just yet. I'm not there yet. So right now I'm just doing like some basic shapes of light and dark. Now the way she's got her hair here, it's actually the back of her crown is styled. I think it actually maybe be like half back, so it's pulled back, going against her head, like around the back side of her head. So I want to show that the hair does not just go flat. Whew. It's a lot. A little of the tree line came over her head, so I gotta like fill it back out over here. Hair really helps. Yeah, it does. She doesn't look so crazy. Her mouth, when it wasn't painted, looked crazy. And if I don't put in these dark pieces, her hair looks flat, so it's really like pushing her hair back in here to the back of her neck. So you really get that depth in there. And around her head, I need to do some more shading on the face. I think I'll bring in some highlights now. This almost looks white in some places because these highlights are so bright. Sorry, I'm not talking. It's so much detail. Oh, you are letting me on music.
Hey, today I'm here with me. As you may know, we're engaged. Yeah, we finally did it.
Oh, awesome.
So with this video, I figured we would just address it and just explain how the proposal happened.
Now I realize I should have filmed the whole thing. TMC was there, but I was like, you know, I changed my mind.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna keep it in this.
thank you.
So obviously we got a lot of questions of like how it happened. People want to know. So why don't
You want to turn it up?
start with my proposal?
This is PewDiePie, a story of how he got engaged to
Marcia.
Marcia.
You have been thinking about proposing for how long?
I've been thinking about it for a while, but like I hadn't decided. It was up in the air in my head. You know me.
Yeah.
But I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna get a better opportunity than this. So that's when I was like, holy shit, yeah, it's happening.
You told me that you got the engagement ring 2 weeks before the trip, around
Yeah,
that time.
yeah,
What if like you couldn't find the ring?
yeah. I was worried. Yeah, I was really
What
worried.
if you didn't arrive in time?
I was really worried. I was also worried
Aw.
about going to jewelry stores and people would spot me, you know, because then it.
Definitely right.
Yeah. So I knew I had to order online, and then it's
Aw.
like I can't see the
That's
ring
true.
technically. So I was so worried it wasn't the right ring, the right size.
Yeah, it's a little bit. We're gonna fix it. So if you don't see me in a video wearing it or in photos, you know why. I'm getting it resized. Don't freak out.
Like my two biggest fear on the day of the proposal was obviously number one, will she say yes?
Really? How would I say no?
Hey guys, thanks for joining. I am doing a live painting of PewDiePie. He is a YouTuber, and he just got married this last week. And I wanted to celebrate with him for getting married by doing a live wedding. Well, do a painting for him, but film it live. And then he just broke 100 million subscribers. So it's a really big deal. He's the second person who's ever done this, and then he also just beat Minecraft this week. So this has been like a really big week for him. Jonathan was actually playing their story of how they got engaged while I'm like zoomed in on all these facial details, and I can't really think and talk at the same time. But thanks for joining us. This will just be the process of me painting live, start to finish.
I wanted it to finish strong, you know.
Yeah.
But you suspected me at some point.
At one point, because I'm usually the planner. I'm the one that like puts together the activities to do on the day. And one night you just randomly came in and you were like, tomorrow we're gonna take your tripod and the camera and we're gonna take a photo in this specific place. What?
We were recreating the kimono. I don't know what it's called in Japanese. No name. Your name.
Your name.
Jesus Christ. talk about the trip and how great of a trip we had. Because it was really an amazing trip.
Yeah.
It was like a break from our normal routine at home, and we didn't have to worry about the pugs.
Yeah, so we could just stay out there.
Yeah.
Adventure.
Every day was like an adventure. It really.
This is actually really good for me to hear their story, their paint this. I feel more connected to them.
I really wanted that.
Yeah.
And we got the moment. Oh yeah, because we had ate all this food,
Yeah.
and then somehow we got onto the topic of food.
Well,
I mean poop.
I was just like,
It kept going on about poop, and I was just like, can we switch subject?
but you were smiling at me and you were
No,
laughing, so I
well,
thought it was
He
like.
kept going for like 15 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
So we were eating all these food and we were discussing where does the food go after the stomach, where does it get stored?
Here, that's all I
Yeah,
said.
so we were just talking about all the different organs and like how I was gonna have an amazing poo. We finished eating and now
She's perfect for him.
took a photo of us. We went into the room and I ran to the toilet and you were just like,
Oh yeah, because in Europe they make you rent
"Come out
toilets.
so we can take a photo together."
Well, I thought you would just come out anyway, but you clearly weren't. So I was like, hey, let's take a photo. And I was like, okay, this is all the things I wanted to say. Make sure you don't mess it up. And then he came out, and I went down on my knees.
Well, I went out to the terrace and the first thing I asked is like, where's your phone? Do I have to take mine? So I was just about to turn back to go get my phone and you just grabbed my hands and went down on your
You
knee.
make it seem like I forced you. It was a very delicate,
Yeah, it was
perfect
really
moment.
sweet. Really,
Okay?
really sweet.
Aw.
And I forgot everything I was gonna say. So
That was
cliche.
sweet too.
I think I got some words out in between.
I mean, at that point, I was just like, what is happening? So I even asked you the day after to repeat everything so I could write it
Aw.
down because I want to remember it. After that, we wrote to the people
Oh yeah.
that are
Obviously, we wanted to
most
announce it.
So they are all in different places and time zone. We were so excited, obviously, to share the news. And we texted everyone, and no one
We just
replied.
sat there. We literally just
We're
sat
like,
there.
Aw.
well,
I
okay.
guess no one cares.
And then my mom was the first one to reply.
Yeah.
And she just asked, did you say yes or no?
Oh.
I said yes, obviously. And then she sent me the thumbs up emoji.
Thanks.
That was it.
And my parents replied, and they were happy, obviously. Like, everyone was really happy, but
Yeah.
we wanted that internet reaction. Because when we tweeted it, like, everyone was freaking out.
Yeah.
Because I guess it's been a long time.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like our parents kind of had it already
Yeah, they knew it was happening.
that eventually it was going to happen.
Yeah.
We've been together for almost 7 years, so it was
7 years, wow.
We're just like, oh, good.
Yeah. We've always gotten comments for, like, years and years and years. Like, ever since we were together. Like,
Yeah, since the beginning.
yeah, like, when are you getting married? When are you getting married? When will you guys get married? But we always felt like there was no need to rush it.
I always felt like I was fairly young.
Too young to even think about marriage. Like, I don't want to propose to you and then say, if I don't feel like I'm ready for a wedding. I guess that was the reason why I wanted to wait as well. But also, it needed to be the right time. Before, we would always just move and, like, I don't know, I guess.
Yeah, everything is good right now.
Everything is just really good. Good time. Perfect time.
But PJ and Sophie actually said yesterday that they kind of expected it.
I expected it.
I have known you for a long time, you know. I never know what to expect of you. So I
Aw.
feel like
That's why it's exciting to be with me.
because they force you to do exciting things like going on this trip.
I didn't.
Are they on the trip still?
Because it's always scary to say, okay, I'm gonna work from another country. What's that gonna be like?
Love how that's your priority. For me was leaving the pugs.
Well, pugs was really difficult as well. Obviously, we were lucky to have Daiso. Thank you, Daiso, for taking care of the pugs.
Yeah, and she was so sweet. She was actually the person with the best reaction by far. She just like freaked out and started crying. It was so sweet.
Because she asked me, like, would you have proposed if you didn't go on the trip? Because we were supposed to just leave our dogs with the dog sitter, but then the dog sitter
Messed up with
messed up
Maya.
with Maya. Like, we had to take Maya to the vet as soon as we. So we needed like a friend that we could trust to take care of.
Yeah,
Last
Liza
minute.
was like, I can do it. I was like, yes.
Thanks to everyone for being so nice and
Yeah,
supportive as
everyone
well.
was so sweet. So
Yeah.
thank you, internet. And thank you for understanding it that it was a private moment. Because I saw so many people being totally fine. You know,
Yeah.
just a few were like, why didn't you film it? But, you know, I hope that this video makes up for the absence, you know, in a way.
We don't mind sharing about it.
Yeah.
It's more like we don't always have to have cameras on. us.
Yeah, like it
Yeah.
was so special because it was private.
Uh-huh.
So.
No, I think we're the same with that. If other people want to do that, that's
Yeah,
fine. But
yeah, it's just not you. That's about it. You know, I had to address it before posting other videos, so now it's up.
So that was PewDiePie telling how he got engaged. I feel like they announced their engagements and then they announced their wedding. Is that not how it happened?
Mm-mm.
How long had they been engaged?
Like a year.
They were engaged a year?
I think so.
So you just heard about it last week then. Is that right?
That they actually got married, yeah.
Oh, I thought you said this last week they got engaged.
Mm-mm.
You were saying they got married. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on her?
You have the top of her lip flat, and it needs to be pointy.
More?
Oh yeah.
More than this.
Yeah, and the same for her bottom. The whole thing, it's like on the picture it would look more like a boomerang.
Oh. Starting to dry up. Maybe a little highlight above the lip.
So Instagram.
Huh?
Instagram just finished your second hour.
Oh my. This is a long post.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry I'm being so quiet. It's really hard to do the especially right now, working the face. I'm just trying to refine her nose a little bit. How am I doing? Do I need to just take a break from her?
Yeah, you might just come back to it.
I think that's coming out too far.
Her cheek.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That did it.
Yeah, that did it.
It's funny.
Dang.
Tiniest little bit.
That did it. It was just too pointed right there.
So, her smile makes those creases. I don't know what those are called.
Like these parts, the creases in her smile line.
Yeah, but the one on her left side or
Yeah.
right side?
Her, this side,
No, the other side.
this side.
Yeah.
What? It needs to be higher?
I think it needs to be stronger.
Yep, I see it. This is what I mean by Jonathan is really good at critique. Like, he's able to help me see things when I'm way too up close and seeing it too much. He's able to help me see it. Okay, I think I will take a break from her face. And I think I will do her dress. Oh my. I haven't stood up any to stretch. Probably should. Are we live on Instagram again?
Mm-mm.
We just turned it off.
Yeah, turn on here in a bit.
It's okay if we don't. I mean, I don't know. If anybody's watching. Let's see if we can go up in that earring. Alright, sorry. That was a lot of slow work. I'm gonna stand up. It's always good to get some distance from your canvas, so I'm gonna stand up and get a fresh eye by looking at it from afar.
Do you want to go on a quick break? I can put it on mute.
Is this one stopped?
No.
What's I think I got excited.
Okay.
And
We're back live.
okay. Are we live on Instagram?
No, want to be?
Well, you just make that call.
Okay, going live on Instagram.
Do I need to introduce?
Sure.
Whew. So,
Actually, give it a second.
for people to get on, is what you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna start doing this lace on her arm. And that has a lot of really detailed lines. I'm gonna zoom in. I'm actually gonna do the sheer. So, when I do lace, I want it to look like sheer. So I've watered down my paint a lot. And I'm
Go
just,
ahead.
okay. Hey guys, on Instagram, I am doing a live painting for you guys. This is actually the third part to this. We've been painting since 1:30. I am doing a painting of PewDiePie, who is an Instagram account, and he just got married this last week. So to celebrate that, and then also just go live on YouTube for the first time. I've never done that before. I'm live on another device, and I am streaming both, but I am painting PewDiePie's wedding photograph that he posted on Twitter. And I just thought it'd be fun to paint from that photo and maybe get it to him. We'll see. So I've just painted in the background, and then I've painted his bride, and now I'm starting to paint her dress. I've just done the lace overlay on her arm, and now I'm going to do some of this lace. And the way I'm going to do that is pretty organic. It's a floral that's in the pattern here, but I am going to just kind of suggest these lines and not go crazy with the detail. I do want to kind of make it look similar to the pattern, but I'm just going to roughly put it in and not like super realistic, like crazy detail. I'm just gonna kind of put my own little flair to it, so it's not gonna take 10 days to paint this lace. So I am just laying in more of an opaque white, and I already did like the transparent to get that that sheer kind of look. And then I'm gonna come in with my little puffy paint, which I really love using puffy paint for the dresses. It really makes a big difference. Because it's three-dimensional and textured, it actually looks like lace, so it's pretty cool. So as soon as I get this laid down, which I'm just going to do this one sleeve. And then, oh wait, didn't we talk about not doing all the detailed ones? Do you want me to zoom out and kind of paint big picture?
No, it's up to you.
Okay. Well, I will keep going with this.
What's your favorite part of lace?
My favorite part of lace is actually making it look like it's sheer and doing a transparent layer of the paint. I didn't really know I could do this until recently when I did this piece. This is a friend of mine who got married, and she had this really beautiful ceremonial Indian like her dress, and when I did this lace on her arm, and then all of the let's see if I can zoom in for YouTube, and then for Instagram, that's when I fell in love with it. I was like, okay, I can actually do this. So I've started to use a different brush, and that's really helped me with my detail. And I didn't know I could do it. It was more just like a trial and error, and then I was like, oh, that was a lot of fun. I actually really liked that. So I'm putting a little bit of shadow here underneath this lace. And then there's these cute little buttons. It's a little bit too dark. Okay, so now I'm going to get into the puffy paint. So this is what I'm talking about with puffy paint. This is just like three-dimensional craft paint that you squeeze out onto craft projects, but it stays 3D. It can get clogged really easily, so I always have like an opened up paper clip. That way I can keep it cleaned out. It's just the nature of these guys. They get pretty stocked up pretty quick. But this is what creates that really beautiful lace texture. And I always want to make sure that it's cleared out and that the paint is not gonna like splatter out on me and make a huge mess, because then I have to do a lot more work to fix it. So she had these like buttons that went up her sleeve, so I'm making that three-dimensional. And then also just this lace. So I want it to be 3D too. So I'm using the puffy paint to kind of create that shape of the lace. And I'm not going to put this all, I don't think I'll do this on the inner arm. I think I'm just going to do this on the outer part of her arm. Maybe just tiny bit, like half squeezing the bottle so it's less texture. I love texture. So anytime I can incorporate it, I will. Sometimes when I do these wedding paintings, I'll actually make three-dimensional cakes and actually squeeze out icing. It's a paint that's just, you know, thick. But I will do that to give it like a 3D look because I love texture. Okay, let's start painting in her dress. Let's see here. So she's got her dress here and then a sheer over to the left. I'm gonna actually have to paint some of that grass back in. Which I haven't even noticed that until right now. And her shoulder. This is such a beautiful dress. I think she looks like a princess with this like tulle that's coming out like wider on her hips, like it's a princess dress. Same thing with fabric. I'm actually going to make my brush marks in the direction of the fabric like I was doing with the hair. I wanted the brush marks curve in the areas where it's curved on the head. So I'm curving my brush marks like it's curved on her hips. It makes it look more accurate and realistic. Oh, this is so cute. So it has this really thick I don't think it's fabric, they're like little petals, so I'm going to make my paint really thick here to show this texture that's like on her dress. I can also do this with the puffy paint. Finally. Something that's actually visible. I'm thinning it out so it looks more transparent and more like sheer. And it has this like a little bit of a blush kind of color, to, like maybe a little bit of a champagne kind of color, so it's not just pure white. So I'm putting a little bit of like a peach in my brush. I actually like my underpainting coming through. Some of that green. Not that there's green in her dress, but that's just showing some shading. It looks more interesting than just like a flat solid. I'm doing my cast shadow underneath this texture underneath that part of the dress. It's got that like fluffiness to it. And I like these darker streaks because it shows the shading in it. Even though her dress was, you know, all one color, just the way the lighting hit it, I need to paint it with multiple colors to show that lights and darks, the shadows and everything. It will keep it from looking flat. It looks like it's the brightest in the center here, in the middle of her dress. It's got most of the highlight right here. And I'm actually using an angled brush. I don't know why I like using them when I paint the dress, but I'm using a brush that has like longer on one side and short on the other, so it's angled. And I'm using my spray bottle to keep my paint thin, because if it was really thick right now, it would drag across the canvas and give a totally different technique. And I want it to glide across the canvas at this point and almost show through some of that see-throughness. So it's like glaze it, and if it's thin and more watery, then it will be like that. And I may actually have to let this dry and then come back and build up some more layers. I think that's the look I want to do.
It's looking really good.
Oh, thanks.
Do you like doing dresses?
I love painting fabric. I don't know where that came from, but all of a sudden I'm just like really into it. I think it's so much fun.
Would you like me to post this to your Facebook or anything like that?
To my Facebook? Like the Instagram one I just did?
Just a link.
Sure. Can people join in from that?
I can link it. I can either do a Facebook stream, or I can do Instagram, or I can link from your Facebook to your YouTube.
Well, if you do the YouTube one, it doesn't have all the breaks in it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that one. But I'll let you just kind of take over with that. I don't really know what the best thing to do. Okay. I need to actually paint her arm, so I can do the I'll do that. I'll do the undertone of her arm, so I can let that start drying, and then underneath this grass there's it's peeking through her dress. So I need to actually paint in this little corner and then let it dry. And I may even use the hairdryer so I can just like zap it really quick. Well, I could start working on another spot. Yeah, I think I will start working on another spot. So I'm letting this dry, and then I'm gonna let the lace go over the top of it. And then right now I am painting in her arm. because it has a lace overlay. And the same thing I just did on the left arm, I want it to dry, and then I can paint over it. I'm having a hard time seeing her arm. Zoom in. Okay. I'll work on that a little bit later. Okay, so I'm gonna let those two areas dry, and let's start working on our bouquet. So I'm gonna actually build up the dark first, and then put the highlight petals on top. So I'm gonna put a lot of this dark green. That way it like sets it back and creates dimension. And then I'll go on top of it with the flowers, and I'll build them on top of it, like a layer up. But when I paint like this, with putting in these like little dark areas, it really creates lots of depth. And that is really important when you're painting, so it doesn't look flat. And I really like the high contrast when I get in there with the brighter petals. Because this has eucalyptus in it, and that's more minty. Right now, this is a very deep hunter green that I'm working with. I'm actually just going to do a combination, because she's got a bunch of different of greenery in here. It's not just one type. So I want to keep it looking interesting. So if I just did it all one shade of green, it would be really boring. Her bouquet is about right here, and then the stems. Okay, so this eucalyptus, I want it to be more of a minty, so I'm going to pick up some of this turquoise and some white, and then mix it with this green here, so I get more of like a minty eucalyptus kind of color. This is so popular right now in weddings. Like, people are putting this eucalyptus everywhere. It is like on arbors, bouquets. They're hanging it from the ceilings and venues. I mean, they are just like loving, because it's just this like really soft blue. So popular right now. We're gonna make sure we get that correct. Okay, and her stems, I'm actually gonna switch to a different brush here. Her hands as well. Let's go ahead and get her hands in here some. I think I need to zoom in. There we go. Painting her hands right now that's like wrapped around the bouquet. Trim that up. Oh, what a pretty rain. painting the shadow on her hands. I want it to look like it's tucked back in there, so I'm going to really make a dark skin shade color. And it's also got the cast shadow from the bouquet cast down on her hand. So I will I get birds?
Hmm.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't see your lace yet.
Thank
That looks so good.
you. I'm having fun with these flowers, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big gardener. I don't know if you've seen any of my posts, and so I love painting flowers just because I think they're easy to do, but then I also love painting flowers because I am a huge gardener. Oh, what happened?
Nothing.
Oh.
Every day is so it's like my first day. It's been the best days of my life. Monty has taught me to always go for what you want without any hesitation, and that has
She's
opened
got
my eyes
daisies,
to places that I never
big daisies and small.
But most importantly, Monty brings out the best in me.
And then she has one single rose. I am curious if that has a. There could be another rose on the other side, but I'm wondering if this has a significance. This rose. What are we listening to?
It's just a wedding video.
Okay. Looks like there might be one over there. I keep spraying my canvas, my palette so that it doesn't dry out. Especially when I've been painting this long.
And what we did not know that morning when you left was that to me, Michael's life.
Marcia, from the first time we met you, we realized that you and Felix are absolutely so beautiful.
Oh, they have their wedding cake in the video.
Oh, they do? Is it pretty traditional, or is it pretty? Is anything special about it?
It's very smooth out. Just pull it up.
Oh, and there's feathers. right?
No, those are. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
really busy,
Mm-hmm.
but if we can come up with a place, I'm happy to put it in. Oh, music change?
Mm-hmm.
Is that theirs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm putting in the stems of the flowers right now. I love how like organic the shape of her flower bouquet is. Some people have these really tight, round, or like a very specific shape, but this is very free formed. I like that, so it looks really wispy on the sides. And with all this paintbrush, it really has like this really nice shape to it. So I'm gonna add all that. Need to add the centers now that it's drying a little bit to the daisy.
I am most of all happy and grateful to finally be Marcia's husband. We met at a time where I was feeling very lost, but every day since I met Marcia has been
do you like about flowers?
What do I like about flowers? I love the beauty of them. I love how they look. I love that they're so different. Texturally, they're so different. Shapes, they're so different. I actually love growing them. I think that is the hard part of them, but it's like if you don't grow them in your own garden, then you have to pay for them all the time, and they're very expensive. So I'm motivated to grow them so that I can always have beautiful bouquets. And I love painting them because they are very free in form. Like I can do it very differently than how it looks in a picture, and it still looks like a flower, and I don't have as much rigidness to it, so it's just pretty forgiving. And then they're very happy. One of my favorite quotes actually has to do with flowers, and it's to plant a garden means you have hope in tomorrow. And that is an Audrey Hepburn quote, and I love it. It just shows that if you are a gardener, that means you believe in tomorrow, because you wouldn't plant it if you didn't think it was worth waiting and being excited about. And that's just the beauty of a garden. You have to wait for it. Okay, I'm ready to bring back in the puffy paint for quite a few things. I'm going to do it in a dress, but then also in these flowers, get them some yummy little textures. I love things to be 3D. It takes a while to get used to using puffy paint, so if you've not ever used it, I would experiment on like a scrap piece of paper. That way you're not going directly to your canvas and then it like squeezes out and you didn't have control. Just practice a lot with it. But another thing is that you can scrape it off if you don't like what you've done, so don't feel too scared about it. Okay, I'm ready to do her sleeve because it is dry. Her arm is dry. I'm gonna be on time. It looks like I just had somebody join, and I was just gonna say what I'm doing again. I am painting a wedding painting. A wedding photo from the famous Instagram account PewDiePie, and he just got married this last week, and I thought his photos were so beautiful that I would make a painting. Maybe I'll give it to him. I'd love to give it to him. So if anybody knows him or any way to get a hold of him, tell him that he can have it. But I thought it was beautiful and I was inspired, so I wanted to do this. This is actually what I do professionally. I'm a wedding painter, and I usually go on site and I paint the wedding as it's happening. But with the brides that have already, their wedding has already come and gone and they want to paint from their photo, I can do that too. So I offer that option as well. Since I don't know them and I didn't get invited to their wedding, I just painted it from the photograph. And right now I'm actually building up the lace and making it look like the pattern that is opaque on the lace. And I've just done the sheer overlay over the skin tone. And then I'm going to go on top of this with the puffy paint and create a 3-dimensional lace. We've actually been on here painting for a couple of hours now. I've never filmed myself painting in real time and the whole thing. So let me know if you want to see more of this. I go and paint on these weddings. Like I go on site and I paint at these weddings. Like I could even film those if anybody was interested in that. But that's allowed. Might not work. I don't know. They're fun though. They're definitely fun. So she has like a sleeve, and I'm painting the edge of her sleeve. And then it's more sheer on the sleeve, so that's what I'm working on right now. And we started this painting at 1:30. That's actually something I do often, is I will start to finish a painting in one sitting. And with when I'm just painting acrylic on canvas, it's a pretty fast thing. I mean, on site day of, it's like 4 active hours of painting when I'm at weddings. I'll get there a little early, so there's a couple of hours behind the scenes, and then I go home and then finish up in the studio a handful of more hours. So start to finish, I mean, it's possible to do the whole thing in one day, but I usually give myself some breaks when it's a lot of detail and a lot of faces, and that way I don't get too burnt out. There's definitely a truth to creative fatigue. Like, you don't want to do this too many hours in a row, or I'm gonna start going crisscross in your eyes. Okay, I'm ready to do the sheer fabric, and I think I'm gonna go back to my angled brush. I just love the way it makes the sheer. And the key is to have a very small amount of pigment in the brush and a little bit more water than normal, so it's more of like a watercolor, and then it's like a glaze. So watch this area right here. I'm going to very lightly touch this to the canvas and glaze over it so it looks like sheer. And if I had done this when it was wet, it would turn green. So I have to make sure that that background is dry. Looks like some of this is like turned and layered over each other, so I'm going to try to build up that effect. And it is now making the grain wet again, so I gotta let it dry again before I paint some more. And I keep painting. Okay. I could go ahead and do the white puffy paint. I don't know if I have puffy paint that is. I don't think so. I do. So you can see these two different colors. One is like a cream and one is an ivory. And I think I'm going to use the ivory. Well, I'll use both. I'll have like 2 shades, like one light and one dark.
Can I make any suggestion?
Sure.
On our hips, I would say if you zoom it out, you might be able to see it better, but it looks like hers doesn't have so much of like a bulb on the top.
Right here.
Yeah,
Yep, I see it.
on both sides really, but
Okay, take that out. Good eye.
and I think you're right about the champagne. There's like more of a champagne in there to warm up.
Okay. Is that better? You know what it is? It's actually sheer that comes out that far, so I can just trim this in
Mm-hmm.
and then go back with my shear brush.
Right.
Is that better?
I still think it's a little bit
Hippie?
too much. Yeah, it looks more like 1800s, like where they had the. Yeah.
Okay. Let that dry. And I'll come back. That's the good thing about acrylic paint is that you can paint on top of it. Easy to fix your mistakes. Okay, I will deal with that once it dries. Oh yeah, that looks really cool.
It's really cool.
This is coming out really easily too. Sometimes it's not good application. But it still needs to be like a little bit of a pink
Mm-hmm.
blush, so I'll have to do that too. No. And this is going to take a while to dry because that's really thick. It doesn't. Okay. Let's get her dress color. Oops.
No mistakes.
None?
Just happy little accidents.
So Jonathan just said a quote from Bob Ross, happy little accident. We were actually, oh. Is the live streaming still okay on YouTube?
It is on mine.
Okay, it's just twirling on mine over here. We were Bob Ross and I was Happy Tree for Halloween one year. And it was so fun. Yeah, it's still twirling. So it's still filming? You still see it?
It is on mine. I can refresh it over there. Or just put Command R and it'll refresh.
Thank you. Yep, there it is.
Oh yeah, it's really helping.
You like that mauve kind of color? Or that
Well, the top was such a different color than the bottom in the painting versus in the picture. It's pretty much the same colors.
Okay, I think I'll move to another section. And come back to this later, so I don't get too burnt out in that area. Let's paint him. I'm gonna start with his outfit, something easy for a minute. It's a black suit. Okay. I think I'm gonna work with my darkest contrast first. So like his undershirt is pretty dark in contrast. Like it's darker than his suit. His suit has got a little bit more of a sheen to it. And I can show that with some highlights. This is cool. This bubble in front, it's like glowing. But do you think I should take that out? The bubble that's alright at his hip.
I think you'd have to add it later anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just didn't know if I should add it later. So I am, for those who are watching, I am painting a wedding photograph, and this is actually PewDiePie, and he's a YouTube account, and he has just gotten married, and he actually just celebrated having 100 million YouTube subscribers, which is a really big deal. He's the second person to do this, second account. And he just did that like, I don't know, yesterday, the day before. So, in celebration of that, this is the first time I've ever gone on YouTube Live, which is what he does like every day. Well, I don't know if his is live, but he gets on YouTube every day. And I thought it'd be fun if I did a start to finish painting of a wedding. Now, I paint weddings professionally, but I'm usually on site and paint live. So this is a little bit different, doing it live on YouTube. And then I'll also paint from photographs too. So I'm used to that. I guess it doesn't tell you who's logged, like who's watching on YouTube.
Sometimes.
Okay.
And I have to say all your favorite things about PewDiePie and
Jonathan's trying to keep the conversation flowing, so he's asking me questions. He's asked me what my favorite thing is. You know, Jonathan is the one that introduced me to him, and I have only seen a handful of his episodes, but I've laughed pretty hard when he does the Phil time, and I didn't know that Dr. Phil had weird guests come on his show, and they were like, anyway, he makes fun of them, and it's probably the only thing that I can remember watching. But I do like that he's created a community and that people like him and watch him and support him. I mean, that's a really big number. 100 million. I don't know anything like that. It's crazy. So just accomplishing that is a huge success. So right now I'm doing blending. I'm mixing wet paint into wet paint. And if it's not wet at this point, it's going to be really challenging to get these folds and creases to blur out. Trying to show the movement of the fabric to create movement in his legs, so it looks like he's actually in motion and not just standing still. And I do that by these folds and creases, and then I blend them with the paint still wet, so that's really important. Or I wouldn't be able to get that soft effect. And even though these are solid black pants that he's wearing, it's the lighting hitting it that I want to show the highlights and the shadows, so it doesn't look like a black, just solid. I want it to have life to it and movement and light reflected in it. So that is what I am working on here.
Really cool.
Thanks. Okay, now his jacket is going to be even more reflective. I see more sheen on his jacket than I actually see on any other part of his outfit. So I'm going to make it have some glow to it. Yeah, I'm not used to painting in silence. We didn't turn on music is because I was a little nervous of copyrights. Well, you know, I have actually gotten in trouble with YouTube before by having music on a song. I was gonna say I don't think they'll actually probably even find my video just because I don't know. But then I do remember them telling me one time they took a video down. So maybe they do find little accounts. Are you, never mind. I don't know if I'm gonna finish before dinner.
You got it.
I have to do a break.
What's your favorite thing about their pictures?
I love their outfits. They have good contrast. And I love their body positioning. This is a really interesting shape of this negative that's between them, this negative space between them. And then their lighting. the photographer captured really good lighting. So it's not just blown out or too dark. I mean, this is just overall just a really good composition, good lighting, interesting body positions, beautiful expressions. Like they're engaged with each other. It's just their expressions tell a story. I'm feeling an emotion with it. That's why I picked it. There was another one that I almost went with that he had posted, but because she is with her bouquet and her guest, I thought it told a better story of wedding rather than just like portrait, like any kind of like couples picture. So I went with this one because of that. It looks more traditional with the guest and the bouquet. I know that this is a wedding moment. So I'm trying to show these folds and creases to give his jacket some movement.
Yeah, I like when you explain what you're doing with the creases.
So it's like gathered here in the center. So I want to create the highlight with the light gray. And then I want to go back and blend it out. And then also add a little bit of that dark to kind of transition it from light to dark so it's smooth. This lapel has a cast shadow underneath it, so I'm going to run black down so it looks like the cast shadow underneath the lapel. And then I'm going to go back with some light gray. Well, not light, but be lighter. And really try to get that shape. Now you see how this lapel looks like it is casting a shadow on the jacket. Go. And he has a tiny bit of a sleeve hanging out. He's wearing a black. It's usually a white cuff that I'm so used to painting with suits, but his is black and black. It's just really sharp. So it's just hard to see where it starts and stops. So it's just a smaller brush. I'm gonna get some really nice black here. Okay. I'll do that same thing on the other side. Let's see. I'll start with the actual jacket. I'm gonna make my darkest shadow right here underneath his hand. And then let it fade out to a lighter gray to show some light reflection. And then right along this edge, I want it to be the brightest. And then I'm going to fade it up to be darker because it is catching the light the most right there. same thing where I did that dark edge. Well, I guess I should paint the shoulder first. And I think, I was wondering if I was going to paint out the little handkerchief and then paint it back, but I'll leave a space. Switch my brushes. It's all very dark under here. It's not getting a lot of light, so it's really hard to see where the cuff is, and I think I'll make a little bit of a line here. There we go. There we go. Let me put some highlights in with this skinny brush because this is getting so little. So along the edge of his coat, he's got a couple of creases of folds, and then I'm just going to blend it. Kind of gives them this glow from the back when I do along the edge here. And then I'm going to do that little line under the lapel. Drop that shadow. And then make this. A little brighter. Making little highlights down the front. I am going to tone that down.
Get it.
Hmm?
Get it.
Yeah. Here comes his little handkerchief.
You want to tell them what you're doing overall?
Yeah, I keep wanting to, as people are tuning in and even watching after it's live and later, I am actually painting from a photograph of, that's how it says his name. PewDiePie, he is a YouTuber, and he actually has one of the biggest accounts. He's got 100 million subscribers. And so he just got married this last week, and I am painting his photograph from his wedding. and I'd like to give it to him, if possible, as a gift. But this is actually what I do professionally. I am a wedding painter, but I usually go on site and paint live.
But you're not painting from photo.
But today I am painting from a photo. I do this also as a option, but usually it is live.
What did you think when you saw their wedding photo?
I loved it. I love Jonathan asked what did I think when I saw their wedding photo. I thought it was beautiful. Someone was like, I'm in. Let's paint this. It is beautiful. I think they both look picture perfect. Right now I'm doing the collar on his undershirt. I probably should have done this after I paint his neck. That way I'm not painting in on top of his, like working from the background forward, like I've talked about. But I'll be okay.
Can you explain the blacks and why you use gray even though it's black again?
Yeah, so I'm actually painting something that's in real life solid black, but I'm not using just one shade of black when I'm painting this, because if I did, it would just be a black blob. So I am showing all the dimension of the light and the dark by mixing up a bunch of different shades of gray and black. And that is how I make it look three-dimensional and not like just a blob. And I'm about to start working on his face as soon as I get his tie finished. Sorry if I am blocking the view. I have to get it close to get these details in. The farther down into this little V, it actually needs to be darker to create shading, so I want it to be black, more black on my brush than gray. And then I want to create this little shadow right here, so it looks like the knot in the tie. There we go. And then down here, oops. You may hear my finger sticking to the canvas. It actually can pull the paint off. I don't know if you can see it on my pinky, but it's not doing it bad, but it can pull the paint off, so I have to be careful to not stick my finger in a wet spot, or it will like remove the paint. Okay. you are interested in learning more about me painting from your photo or painting your wedding, my website is actually my name. It's Heather Wolf with an E, so WOLFE. Heather Wolf Art is my website. And I do travel, and I can also work from your photo if I'm unable to come, or you want more of like a budget-friendly painting. It's cheaper if I just paint in a studio. Okay. How's it looking?
Great.
Alright, I'm gonna stand up and stretch for a second. Oh, there's buttons I didn't paint. Paint this button too. Let's see if I can make this fabric look like it is coming a little bit more three-dimensional out and down. I just need a little bit more water on my brush. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna stand up and stretch. I got a message on Facebook. I don't know if you need to check it.
Okay.
Yeah, I see what you mean about her hips. That was helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Let's see, almost 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to finish the whole thing. I just don't know if I should. If I could take a break and then come back, I would, but
Mm-hmm.
what do you think? Because my shoulder's tired.
Well, whatever you think you want to do.
Let's see how far I can get in the next hour.
Maybe see if anyone gives you any encouragement. Ask if they want to encourage you.
Yeah. I'm getting tired, and Jonathan says I need to ask for y'all's encouragement. Are you able to see if anybody's commenting?
Instagram shut down.
Shut it down.
I can get that one going again. Or do you want me to do Facebook?
I don't know. I think I get better response on Instagram because Facebook's algorithms changed, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, they make you pay for everything now.
Okay, you are live now, also on Instagram.
Okay. Hey guys. guys, it's Heather. I think this is my fourth part to this painting, and I am doing a start to finish painting. I don't know if I'll finish, but I'm working at it. It's based off of a photograph that there's an account on YouTube, and his name is PewDiePie, and he got married this last week, and I am painting his wedding. I don't know him. I did not get an order from him. This is just me wanting to paint something beautiful for fun. So that's what we're doing today, and I'm also on YouTube. I've never gone live on YouTube, so this is the first time I've done that. And it's we are well over halfway, because when I get to the edges of these, that's gonna go pretty fast. So I'm painting in PewDiePie, the groom, right now. And I'm painting a very difficult shaped hand position. So let's see if I can figure this out. Let's see. Jonathan, did you see what I was talking about?
With what?
The Facebook question?
Mm-mm.
It's on my business it's come from my website. And they're asking a question.
Someone is shopping on your website.
They didn't ask a question that I needed to answer. It was like 4 messages.
Yeah, they're just using the interactive shopping.
Okay.
Do you respond or ask them anything if they do that?
Well, sometimes I'll just I'll say I'm online right now if you have any questions, or I'm able to answer questions if you have any.
Are hands easy?
No, hands are not easy, because there's a lot of angles, the knuckles that bend, and they change angles a lot. And our hands can be in so many different positions, so it's like these are hands intertwined, and that's just kind of a abstract shape that they've got here. So just spend some time looking at the shadows and see if I can create shapes by painting in the dark spots. And they've got it turned in an unusual position, so it's more it's just a little harder. Okay. Thank you. Now. I don't see anybody else's nail. I think I'm gonna work, try to make the shape of it by bringing in this shadow, which would be his coat, like kind of shape it up by bringing this black back around their hands. Because there's some spots that I need to fill in. Sorry, do you hear that little noise? It's a cardboard box that I'm putting my feet on so that I can rest my feet, but it's loud. My legs are too short. Okay. I'm going to take a break on this hand and move up to his face. Let this dry a little bit so I can layer. He's got a watch on. Let's see if I can get that little detail. Let's do his face. Yay. That was a lot. Alright, let's start with this highlight on his forehead. Got a little bit of the tree branches on his forehead, so I have to paint that back out. He has whiskers, so I want it to look see-through, because it's not a beard, it's just whiskers. Highlights on his face, just kind of building up these shapes. Takes a while to learn how to see these shapes, because they're so micro, subtle. Like they very, very subtly change. Now I actually see his eyes on his portrait, because he is looking up. Painting the shadow under his eye. His eye sockets. Under his nose, shadow. I'm putting a little bit of shading around his face. And his hair line. I'll do his hair in a minute, but just that like shading where they meet. And then this shadow underneath his chin is pretty intense. It's almost a black that goes right here. So I'm trying to see the shape of this shadow and then also the angle. I'm like paying attention. It looks like it goes straight out and then it cuts up just a tad softly for that. And then I need to blend it. So I'm gonna wash out my brush and leave it just damp, and then I'm gonna blend it because it's very gradual shadow that softly. That's also part of his like beard that's showing through. And I want it to show his skin through his beard because it is scruffy rather than like full. I want to have some warmth in his cheeks. I'm doing some color in his face, just like to give him a little bit of life. And then a highlight to go across his cheekbone and underneath his eye. And I think I even need to push that shadow under his chin even more, make it thicker and more noticeable, more intense. Yeah, that's it. Hello. We've got no people watching. I am doing a live painting. I've been working on this since 1:30. I'm Eastern time zone. So it's 5:30 now. So I've just completed 4 hours. And my goal today was to actually do a live painting start to finish and let you guys just tune in and watch. Not sure if I will finish the whole thing, but at least these guys will be done, and then maybe I'll do the sides. But this is actually a wedding photo of a YouTube account. His name is PewDiePie, and he is a really big account. He has over 100 million followers, subscribers. He just reached that goal this week, and he's the second account to ever have that on YouTube, which is a really big deal. Well, he just got married this last week, which is also a really big deal. So he's just got like big things going on in life, and I thought we need to celebrate with him. And so I am painting his portrait from his photos that he released on Twitter. Wait, what did I say? Twitter. Y'all, I don't have a Twitter account. I know, it's pretty dated. I've also been painting and talking for the last 4 hours, so my words are harder to find. But he is, he's a really big YouTuber, and he is also just recently won against Minecraft, which I've never played. I don't really know much about it, but it's a big game that a lot of people are into. So he did that this week as well. I mean, this has just like been like a crazy week for him. So I thought, hey, I'm gonna paint his wedding, and this is actually what I do for a career is paint from photographs of people's wedding, and then I also do live wedding paintings, and I go on site and I will paint their wedding as it's happening, and it is a lot of fun. So right now I'm painting in his skin tone and trying to put a face on him because he's been a headless man for the last hour, and she has been painted in. We did her earlier. Let's see, I need some highlights here. So I am just trying to look at the skin tone of where I see the lights and the darks. I'm trying to do very subtle brush marks and slight changes of color from light to dark to show this very subtle skin tone. Changing. And they actually got married in London or somewhere in Britain, I think. And man, could you imagine having 100 million people knowing where you're getting married, or come and crash your wedding, or try to be at your wedding just because they love you? And clearly people love him. I bet he tried to keep this really secret for a really good reason, so that he could have some privacy. Couldn't imagine. $100 million people. That is like a country full of people. So many. Oh, look, here I am getting into the hair. I need to stay on the face before I move to the hair. It's so easy to get excited and move to a new spot. I'm not ready yet. So if y'all have questions or comments, please interact. I would love to know if y'all would like to see more of the live painting. Would you like me to do this again? And have you enjoyed this? And then what would you like to see me paint? our weddings. And if you haven't been to my website, it's heatherwolfart.com, and you can find out more information there. Alright, I'm gonna give him some more highlights here, and then I'm gonna put some eyes on him. I do like painting eyes. I think that is one of the most important parts of a facial feature. I agree, like with the same thing on my pet portraits too. If I don't capture the eyes, then people don't recognize them. So I think it's crucial in order to have a good portrait. To capture them with their eyes. Let's see if I can get this. So just keep working with the shadows and trying to make it look like the shapes that I'm seeing. These subtle changes. And my style that I love to do is the impressionist kind of brushwork that you can still see my brush strokes. So it's not all blended and smoothed away. I like to show it. Alright, let's paint some lips in there. Okay. I'm actually making a smaller screenshot so that I can zoom in just on his eyes and face. Oh, so he's got very bright blue eyes. head is turned at an angle, so I'm not going to see like a perfect circle for a pupil. It's over in the corner of his eye. I'm going to paint it in bigger, and then I'm going to go back with the white and kind of shape it up. This is all very tiny detail right now. It's hard to get at the first brush mark. Sorry, I'm being quiet. It's hard to do these details and talk. Trying to keep my paint wet. I mean, painting this many hours, 3, 4.5, 5 hours, it starts to dry out no matter how much I spray it. So I'm just fighting that element. What's up?
Lips are green.
Yeah, his lips are green. He's not there yet. Still working on his mouth.
What's going to be your favorite part of this painting?
I think she is right now. How we doing?
Good.
got any thoughts?
I'm just looking.
Yes. What?
I just keep looking at his lips and then I'm imagining him having giant blue lips.
Here, I'll paint the lips in. I'll take a break from the eyes. I think I need a break. Now I'm putting some highlights on his lips. Like his upper lip. Oh, I'm really blocking the view, sorry. I'm so focused. It's hard to not lean in. Okay. Add some facial hair. Sorry, I'm not being able to talk.
It's okay. I was gonna tell you, you know, you do those time lapses.
Uh-huh.
Looks like those are called speed painting.
Okay.
So I'm seeing videos calling speed painting.
Okay. So we can make one with this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Trying to lighten up his lip. His beard is not that dark right there. Give him a little bit more of a highlight on his cheek. How am I doing on his face? Will you come give me a critique?
Let's take a look. Critique time.
Oh, he's too big right here. I don't think I've got it.
Mm-mm.
Can you tell?
His mouth is open way more
In the picture?
in the real thing. It's also hard without my hair.
Uh-huh. much more I can do. Yeah, let's put some hair on him. Maybe he'll start looking more like himself. Should I not worry about finishing it all in one?
No, I don't think you need to stress yourself out to finish it.
Yeah, 'cause I am pretty tired. Can we combine 2 videos together?
Probably.
Make it better.
As long as we keep this stuff in the same spot. Even if we don't.
Okay. I see it in his eyes wrong. This is just an example of why I need to take breaks, so I see it with a fresh eye.
Instagram just stopped.
Okay.
Do you want to call it for today?
I think so. I will do more though. Maybe we'll film again.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get these highlights in the head.
Well, do you want to make a plan and announce?
Yeah. So I'm not gonna be able to finish this right now. I usually don't work this long at a time without taking a break, so I will need to take a break just to keep a fresh eye. And I'm going to have some dinner and then probably rest a while. I don't think I'll paint again tonight. It will probably be maybe tomorrow or Thursday. Just depends on my schedule. I've got a couple of things to do tomorrow. But thanks for tuning in, and please check back to see the finished painting. It'll be on my Instagram, Heather Wolf Art, and I will hopefully have that very soon. Thanks for joining.